I would have been a little earlier, because I actually did get all of my like pre-stream stuff done. But right before I went to start stream, NVIDIA's like, "Hey, you got an update." And I'm like, if I update now, or actually the logic was that if I update like during stream, then we'll have issues because I run through NVIDIA's thing in order to do my stream. What? Hi. I got to sleep late today because I was updating this. I don't know why my blink is causing me to jolt like that right now. That shouldn't happen. I don't know why that happens. But I also added a little bit of shading to the eyelashes for this to play around with it. Me jolting like this right now is because I'm freaking jiggling my legs, so that's fine. I turned off the smoothing for the head movements, so I might move a little more. Let me see. If I move the smoothing back up to 5 where it starts, does it fix the head bob when I blink? Because that's what I care more about. Yes. It makes the rest of me a little slower and sluggish, but it does mean that I don't, like, bounce every time that I blink. Which I guess is... I would rather be a little sluggish in my movements than to bounce every single time I blink. Also, I'm realizing that, like, with the inflection on the, like, with the eyes having the extra bits to them, like, when they're white instead of black, I don't know how to phrase it exactly, and I'm going to... I believe that the phrase is that it is very serving. I'm on YouTube as well, so I can't say the exact phrase. You know what I mean. Speaking of YouTube, today's short, I got introduced to new people as a result. I got a comment of someone that was like, what was the exact phrasing? Nice to meet you too, or something like that. Let me get music going. Before I do that. We are going to take a hot minute to... before stream, though. Before we actually get to the game, I should say. We'll go here? Question mark. I think so. I listened to the Akatsuki Records segment while I was working on the lawn, so... I'm not exactly... looking to listen to that right now. But... this is still technically the test version. I have to split this version into a couple of different spots. Okay, no, I have to split this version into two, because it has the standard version and the version that doesn't work on... that isn't allowed on Twitch and YouTube. Because that was the most up-to-date model. To put it bluntly. So... what's going to wind up happening is... this is about how it is. There's not going to be any real adjustments done to it. I might, like, update shading and whatnot on this, and especially the Merc outfit. Ugh. For the actual outfit. But I should, if I don't get like sidetracked with a bunch of other stuff, I should be able to do... I should have like the updates on the Merc outfit by Saturday. Because when it comes to updating that, I literally just have to copy-paste deformers and whatnot. So it won't be that hard. I did have a few things that I had to adjust on this, like, that got me to sleep really late. Also, I'm really enjoying... I think that it adds quite a bit, actually, having the white lashes. Having the lashes overall definitely adds to it, but having the white lashes, I think, it's a bit more fitting. But having the lower lashes definitely adds to the... But yeah, I had to turn off a few different things for this to make sure I didn't accidentally hit buttons in an order that would get me banned. All of those, I think... I mean, all of them require the control button that I never use. So I would have probably been fine, but, you know, better safe than sorry. The number of people that I've seen that said I'm probably fine, and then you see them on Twitter and it's them responding to them having been banned. is, it's a bit higher than, I'm also working on updating the schedule real quick because I'm fucking stupid and was so confident that tomorrow would be Vice City again. Yeah. Thursday and Friday. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to be doing GTA on Thursday. Friday, I technically should. Do a specific game. But I don't know. I might do art. I don't know. Here's the thing. While I was mowing the lawn, I got into one of those mindsets again. It's due to a few different things that are going on right now. But I got into one of those mindset things again where I was just thinking about a lot of stuff that's going on with, like, stream and whatnot. And I don't know, I've been thinking about stuff a lot in that regard recently. So it's not like unexpected. What the fuck? I don't look at my emails for one day and I get signed out of my email? What the hell? But I stumbled back onto someone. YouTube. On YouTube. That I follow. I originally found them on Instagram, but they pissed a bunch of people off with, like, I don't even remember what they were talking about. It was something horror related, I'm pretty sure. I'm not a big horror head, so that's probably why I filtered it out, because I didn't care. But I guess that, like, either a bunch of, like, big fans of whatever it was that they were talking about, or kids or something mass reported them. Him, I guess. I can say him. But I believe that he does go by he, him. So, unfortunately, he got freaking... And he still hasn't gotten his account back. He's actually one person that I want to kind of reach out to. Not for this next season of VTuber Vault, probably. And hopefully this doesn't wind up becoming something that I kick myself in the ass about. Because he doesn't have a 3D model, and like I said, I want Season 3 to have the cheeky little freaking Season 3D title. Which means I need to get off my ass and finish updating the 3D model. It probably won't be August when we start back up. It'll probably be September. Let me check something real quick. When did we start Season 2? Raya was the first one. October. Right, because I got PC sorted in October, finally. Because there's the little Reimu video at the beginning of October, and partway through October, Nami was like, alright, we're tired of waiting for these assholes to actually freaking pay me back. I'm going to send the money to Frosty, and Frosty can... Frosty decided that she was going to toss in a little extra money as well. To upgrade my RAM, which thank fucking God. She doubled the amount of RAM that I was getting for it, and thank fucking God, because RAM prices are still up way above. We were supposed to have equalized again by now. According to predictions. But first and foremost, actually, if I just... Oh, no, it automatically updated. I didn't even have to refresh that. Either way. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Got computer sorted, and then I pretty much immediately got back to VTuber Vault. I think that same week I asked Rhea if she wanted to be my first guest for returning. Because... because we were doing D&D back then, so... I would have asked Rhea during D&D. Or we skipped that week or something. And I was like, oh, I'm going to take this opportunity. Hey, Rhea, are you available one of these, like, weeks to do VTuber Vault with me? And she's like, oh, yeah, I'm available this coming week. We could freaking just do that, like, right there. And I'm like, oh, fucking perfect, then. The problem is I don't know... I know 2 people that I want to invite on for VTuber Vault. For Season 3, for the 3D season. I can think of a third. The problem is, I guess I can spoil who the heck the third is. I could also, like, have Ray on for it. The problem is that she's... currently trying to sort housing again. Because... I don't know if there was, like, a... fine print or what. But apparently her current freaking house, she's not allowed to have roommates or something. So she has to sort elsewhere. So that gives me 3. How many? 6 is what I 6, 5 or 6. How did I do for season 1? Season 1 got cut short. I remember that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'd want to do at least 4. Unfortunately, one of the perfect opportunities would have been to ask Lumi. But I had her on for the last season. Cause she's using a 3D model for the most part currently. I mean, I guess it worked out. Because she was shifting her schedule and I was shifting my schedule at the time, so like our schedules actually overlapped in a decent way at that point. All that to say that I need to update the 3D model for that. And then back on the subject that we were on before. I was thinking while I was mowing the lawn that I have well, okay. Back to the previous subject from there. We're gonna backpedal one step at a time. But the person, I stumbled onto them again. It's Grub. I would like to invite them onto VTuber Vault. Probably like for season 4 or something, assuming that they don't like stop doing VTubing or something. Because who knows, honestly. A lot can happen in a year. Twitch itself could die. YouTube could die. Freaking... They could decide that they want to go and get like a more conventional job. They could become a corpo, which has happened before for people that I wanted to bring onto VTuber Vault. I've mentioned this before, but unis... Well, now I freaking... We all know. We all freaking know. But I invited Uni on, like, the week that she was graduating, before she became a different pink creature. But it's happened before. And they're not, like, banned or anything from it, thanks to Hollow ID opening up the doors a bit. Because Ollie's been on to Joel's stuff before. So it's not impossible, it's just... And, I mean, Rare collabs with Dia, so, like, it's whatever. But... a lot can happen in a year, so I label it as I'd like to invite people on, but if they're not, like, in the immediate freaking, like, radius for what the plan is, then I label it as, it would be nice, I would like to, blah, blah, blah. But I stumbled back onto Grub's videos on YouTube. And I was looking through some stuff. And I was thinking, and I was looking, and... just a lot of stuff's been going on this past... Not even just this past week, but the past, like, 2 weeks, even? And the mindset's been, like... It's part of where I've been getting into my own head in regards to when I would be watching Hero X, right? Hey, Spiritual, how you doing tonight? And thanks. I've been meaning to get this update done for like 2 or 3 weeks. I just freaking... I got sidetracked with a lot of IRL stuff. And when I wasn't able to just immediately transfer over most of the eye movement, or the eye blink stuff, it kind of put me in a I need actual time to work on this. I got in my own head last night and felt like I needed to just get this done. Just to settle some of the freaking brain shit that was going on. Which is how we wound up on this discussion to a certain degree. But I've been... I've been thinking for, like, the past couple weeks. For a lot of... How do I put this? A lot of the things that I work on, where I kind of don't take it terribly seriously. I guess is the best way to put it. Hey, Ilya, how you doing tonight? And, like, the passive work on stuff has been working out for the most part. I'm fine? Question mark? I guess somewhere in the teetering region, depending on, like, which side you consider my mindset to be in right now. Like, some would say that my current mindset is in the negative, some would say it is in the positive. It's kind of it's one of those ones where it's in that it's a matter of perspective. Region. I mean, I had to, like I said, the reason that this is actually done is because I had to finish actually get this update to the model done to prove something to myself. Because I've been freaking in my own head for like 2 whole weeks now. Which is part of why I have myself set to invisible on Discord. It's not why I have myself set to invisible on Steam. Invisible on Steam's a combination of 2 things. One, because I didn't want to wind up having people freaking... judging some of the games that I've been doing back and forth. But also, I don't know. I just I got lazy and never freaking turned it back to normal. I mean, I guess that part of it is me being in that freaking mindset of not wanting to be observed. Currently. And I do think that while I was working on the lawn, I was like, why do I freaking do that? Part of me thinks that it's partially just to, like, figure out who does care? Who is going to question where I disappeared to? But, the subject is subject at hand. And I guess Washing Machine of Emotions... Subject to Washing Machine of Emotions isn't, like, a terrible way to put it, I suppose. Considering even, like, on the inside, I freaking have been wishy-washy on if it's I'm inspired to work on thing, or I need to work on thing to distract. And, like, this whole, like, I don't know. It's the creative curse, I suppose. Just, like, all these different things where there's worlds where there's freaking more than what we freaking look at, and then we're freaking, I don't know. Even from my perspective, there's more to life, like, than what I currently am at, but the problem is that the more to life that a lot of people do is I can own more things. I don't know, I don't really feel a need for, like, a lot of stuff. Unless it's, like, stuff that's associated with things that I really like. Like, I would like more, like, the current Juniper stuff that's out. I would like that. But I'm not, like... I guess that... depending on how much you've been keeping an eye on things that are going on, I don't have a need for, like, a Rolex. For the main thing that people, when they get to a certain amount of money, decide, that's my status symbol. Which... the status symbol isn't even a status symbol anymore, because the people that originally established it as a status symbol freaking have, like, 6 dozen of them. And it's basically baby's first step into freaking the money world. And they don't give a shit about you if you freaking have it. It's like freaking... some drug kingpin looking down at a random mugger at that point. But, like, I went into flowing through a few different things that kind of did this. I mean, I've wanted to do more stuff. And take things a little more seriously rather than just kind of going with the flow. Which is what I've kind of been doing. And I wanted to, like, actually put more effort into my stuff. And I think that another part of it's recently, related to the current freaking drama that's going on. Not the drama itself, but, like, There's one person that has come back, like, around. Who is getting their nose involved in it. Whose entire freaking online presence is them just leeching off of another person's existence. And then they got freaking, like, bashed by that person, decided to take it personally, and now their only thing is that I'm going to... I mean... If you haven't heard about the current drama, then it's not really anything terribly important. The only reason that I even know is because it affects one of the art tags that I was skimming through at the time. Which is why I mentioned on Twitter that I really hate that blocking and muting people does not freaking... actually clean up the art tags from the people's posts. Because that person has zero, like... The Lena virus is what it is. It's the person that freaking... But they're getting involved in the current drama with Deme or whatever, and they're like the biggest person that's just spamming the art tag. And I'm just like... I can't imagine my entire worth being based off of, like... Or, like, trying to scrape up worth, because they don't even have, like, any worth in the virus space, which is people that are already freaking doing a lot of their stuff based off of other people as, like, one of their only gimmick traits. But this person just is kind of jumping around and trying to leech off, like, scraps of Cloud at this point. Because they got disavowed by the person that they originally based their entire freaking account around. And I'm just like, I can't imagine that. Like, even the most I only draw one person artists are based off of, like, their merit of an artist rather than the fact that they draw the one VTuber or one character. Tester is a good artist, even if, like, a lot of the his popularity came from him focusing a lot on Haruhi art. He's a good artist. Grape and Lou are, like... They got, like, got the eyes on them because they were doing Juniper art. But they aren't exclusively relying on Juniper. As, like, they're genuinely good artists. If they just never touch either of them again, like, they'd probably lose a few people that are there exclusively for that art, but they would keep a lot of their stuff because of the quality of it. And this is one of those things that kind of is part of why I wanted to start doing things a little more seriously, is like... I don't know if I have that kind of staying power. I mean, I pretty much know I don't. Like, I'll have people that like or follow or something due to a specific thing that I did. and then like it'll fade like immediately when I go to do something else. And that it's one of those things that I want to have some sort of thing that, like, I want to work on improving my skills rather than just jumping between things constantly. I think it depends on how you take it. As far as like the stuff goes. Because I could definitely pull a Julian and I fucking said his name out loud. Whoops. It doesn't matter. He doesn't watch me anyway. And be like, I don't get freaking, I don't get X amount of views on my freaking art, or I don't get X amount of likes on my art. I'm a failure as an artist. Why did I even bother? Blah, blah, blah. I mean, I could do that, but I don't know. I maybe it's spite or something. I don't know exactly what it is. But I wind up getting into this, this drive to lock down and freaking, I refuse to use the term lock in, not due to it being like a popular phrase or anything, but because there is one particular individual that every time that there was any reason to, would post the exact same goddamn gif of lock in, and it is, and it grated on me so much that I can't anymore. But I get into that kind of mindset. I mean, whatever helps you is the thing. The problem with it is that, and this one I'm going to avoid saying names out loud. Because I know that some people that I'm referring to are around here sometimes. They'll know who they are, possibly if they have any semblance of self-awareness, but similar to the incident that I did, but like they'll like have a minor failure, or they want to try and put in like the minimal effort. In the particular case I'm thinking of, they want to put in the minimal effort and just reap the rewards. And when they don't, they crash out, they freaking say that they're going to leave, they delete shit, they delete accounts, and they freaking, well, they suspend their accounts. They've freaking it's blatantly obvious that they don't delete, they freaking suspend their accounts. But they'll crash out monumentally, disappear for 3 to 6 months, claim that they've graduated, claim that they've freaking given up on their work, claim that they freaking will never pick up a pen again. Come back and be like, I'm gonna do this, and then be like, I'm excited to do this, I can't wait for everyone. They'll have the first one where they return, and they have the regulars that have always been there, and they'll be like, I'm really happy, I'm glad that I have my regulars that deal with my bullshit. And then, slowly it chips away again. I'm glad that I have my regulars, but I really wish that I could break out of my bubble. And then, man, I really wish that I actually got some attention. And then it slowly degrades. And every single time, they will do the bare minimum. They'll stream exclusively once a week and never put anything else out. And hope that they freaking gain another 1,000 per month. They'll do a singular art piece of exclusively their character, and then whinge about the fact that they didn't get the same amount of likes as the other person that did an established series that's had a fan base that has lasted 25 years. They'll do X, Y, and Z, and they won't. And rather than taking, like, the criticism that they're given, or, like, looking inward, or freaking talking about, and, like, accepting, like, ideas and whatnot, they'll fester and fester until they wind up blowing up and trying to fuck up. There's a possibility that one of the people that you're thinking of is one of the people that I'm referring to. I know that Teber at least knows one of the people that I'm referring to, because we've talked in VC about it, especially one of the more recent instances where they had the blow up and, like, fucked off, and was... As mean as it is, we took bets on how long until they returned, because it's happened 6 times before. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, like, picking it up and, like, giving it a go from time to time. And, I mean, part of the reason that I got back into art was Nasu. So, I wouldn't exactly say that that's a wrong reason to do so. Because I was on a over year-long art block before I came back, did the 0.5s that later got labeled model, did an entire character sheet, Turn that character sheet into a new model, and then ran back, like, got back into it. I used to be a perfectionist, and I still am in certain aspects. But like I took up finished not perfect as like a thing. Especially because that was part of why I started streaming in the first place, is to like actually finish stuff. Like I've mentioned this before. Part of why I got into the art block was because so I started streaming so that I would actually finish art and games, but due to the internet at the time, I would finish art rather than throwing it all away. The problem is that it worked in reverse to a certain degree at first, because I hadn't, like, gotten finished not perfect as a concept in my brain at all. So I wanted it to be perfect, and it wasn't perfect, and I was still forcing myself to go through with it, and then I got frustrated, and it didn't... It did the opposite of what it intended to do. And it led to a major art block. Not helped by the fact that IRL stuff was going bad, because that was when Mom had first gotten diagnosed with her cancer. So IRL stuff combined with my mindset not being right for the whole thing in regards to how it actually was, just fucked it all up. But then obviously I eventually found model making. I found Juniper and Dia and Uni and Kisa and found model making as a result, and it got me into... It got me back into it. And I started finding reasons to work on other stuff. Just for, like, shits and gigs. To a certain degree. And, like, I'm in the penalty box on Twitter, for example. So my main thing currently is, as long as the person that I draw the birthday art for sees it, that's kind of my only goal. The 100 or 50 or whatever likes that come along with it, on top of it, is nice, but it's not the important part of the whole thing. And then obviously, even on top of, more on top of that, like hearing on stream the comment from the person themselves and their appreciation. It's nice. I partially wonder... I suppose that it depends on, like, what you classify as fun. Because I partially wonder if I still know how to do things for fun, but then I also am like, but I do things for fun. My fun winds up being, like, punishing myself in certain cases, like trying to freaking do some of the hardest shit in Delivered by Friday, or wanting to freaking complete the collection up to a certain point in GTA. And, like, obviously, when it comes to the art stuff, to a certain degree, I'm doing it for fun regardless. Like, I could just dedicate my entire career to a single, like, popular thing or something. But I don't know if I would enjoy that. Because if I'm not enjoying it, it would definitely be, like, specifically career regarding. So that is the proper word for that. Like, yeah, sure, if I sat down and I exclusively drew Susie or Midna or Rebecca from Cyberpunk, because she's back actually due to Woo-Wah, or I guess in Tester's regard, like Haruhi, but I was more Lucky Star between, like, that big trio of that era. Or Soul Eater, or if I freaking, like, dedicated myself exclusively to one thing. I could probably get, like, a following based around that. But if I got tired of it, then if they were just there for that thing, then it would be null. I've already been there before. I got my first 300 subscribers on YouTube from Ruby. Not a single one of those people, I think, still watches me, because I don't freaking engage with it anymore. And obviously, like, to a certain degree, it is for a level of recognition. I mean, it's better for you to, if you don't enjoy the process of streaming, like the act of streaming. Then it's better to just do what you enjoy and not bother going live, rather than, like the aforementioned, where they don't enjoy it unless they get something out of it, but they don't want to put in the work that is required to get something out of it. It's better to just focus on things that you enjoy more. Like, if I stopped enjoying streaming, if I just stopped caring about streaming, I could go and focus on art. I could freaking... Yeah, I definitely get that. No matter how much you freaking try to avoid it, to a certain degree it will, like, affect you. Unless you specifically do not ever look at the numbers from the start. I like watching number go up is the reason that I do. And, like, sometimes I'll hit a slump. Obviously, because the algo is a fickle beast. And I'll be like, that kind of sucks. And then I'll see the number start to go up again, and I'll be like, ah, number go up. Heh heh heh. And then recently I've obviously had more things around it that wind up taking away from any of that. Like, I've had people that come in, and I enjoy interacting with, like, regulars. I don't know why you would feel anything about the new eyebrows, considering the eyebrows are, like, the only thing that aren't new. My eyebrows have always been this color for this model. Yeah, I can definitely understand. It is a bit it is a bit harder to look back and use it as a reference point for how far you've come when looking back negatively affects a different part of your psyche. I guarantee you that the eyebrows are the only things that didn't change. That's why they are the weird gray color rather than being lighter like the rest of everything. I mean, that's the... I mean, I don't like listening to... I like listening to myself talk, don't like listening to my voice. I guess is how I mentioned it. Is how I always describe it. Which is funny because voice acting, you do a lot of listening to your own voice, but... Well... other voices that you're doing with your own voice. Anyway. But I have the benefit that even if I absolutely loathed doing that, I have the art aspect. Like, I could look back... let me get a new image thing here. But I can look at what's a good one? What's a good reference point? Like, this is a really old one. I was happy with this way back when I did it, and that is massive. What the fuck size was I doing stuff in way back then? Good fucking lord, and I thought that my current ones were. But like this, I was really happy with this way back when. And, you know, it's a stepping stone. But, so I don't bash about it, but, like, it's a stark quality difference from, like, any of my newer stuff. Like that, or like this. And then even then, if we... Like, let's see a relatively early... After I got back from my art block. Like this. It's not bad. I don't think that it's, like, junk or anything. But I've definitely improved. I think that that's also an interesting thing, is, like, I'm nicer to myself than a lot of other people are in regards to, like, some of their older art. I mean, there's people that freaking hate their current art. I had talked about them just earlier. It's a process. And sometimes you need, like, outside help for it, is the thing. Like, I wasn't, like, beaten with it, but... I definitely had instances where... Like, no... the phrase wasn't outright said, but, like, the meme of... you might have done your best, but your best still wasn't good enough. Like, that kind of stuff. The exact phrasing would normally be something like, no matter how much you cleaned up, you half-ass cleaned stuff up, or you might have worked on this, but it was half-assed, blah, blah, blah. And I still, to a certain degree, have this issue where with tone, where if I'm ordered to do something, I'm less likely to do that than if I'm requested to do something as a result of it. And even, like, if it's like a you have to do this thing, it's regarding tone. Like, obviously I have to keep my lawn in order. Because I can't afford to have someone else do it, and why would I do that anyway, when I've got time? But, like, when it's mentioned, it's a, hey, we should do this on this day, so that we don't have to freaking bring the mower out, like, 2 different days for each of our lawns. Are you available that day? And, like, it works fine. It's fine. So it's all about, like, tone for me in that regard, I guess. And that might be part of why I wound up getting, like, I don't know. Maybe it's why I'm partially a perfectionist. Maybe it's why I freaking... why I kind of my spite turns into a thing where I want to. No, I know why the spite thing is. Part of the reason why I cut off the first like segment of my life from high school is because high school ended with people trying to absolutely ruin my life. And now I do a lot of stuff out of spite because I don't want to... Because I freaking... Because I'm in multiple regards showing them up every time I fucking improve on stuff. Spite isn't my only motivator because I think that if someone does stuff exclusively out of spite, they are going to burn themselves out way too fucking fast. But it definitely helps. in my specific case. But yeah, all that to functionally say, I want to... I did finish this model, like the updates for this model, because one of the things that I'd been getting in my own head about is... if I'm even putting in the effort that is like it started off with me getting up in my own head because there's an artist that I'm mutuals with on every single site that we're both on, who has a notably larger following than me on everything. Because they found a niche. They niched. They do a lot of Little Witch Academia art. And they do really good art. So I'm not out here to freaking bash them or anything. It's just something that I got in my own head about semi-recently. After I looked at that, and I'm like, man, fuck! But it also went into the... But am I putting in the amount of work that they are? And thus would I actually deserve if I had what they have? And the answer is no. If I'm going to be 100% honest. A lot of what I do doesn't, like, go out publicly. Or is, like, working on stuff that is exclusively here. So obviously I'm not going to have... I'm not going to have big Twitter following because the stuff that only shows up here does not show up on Twitter. This model, where it will show up occasionally on Twitter, obviously, because it's the design, isn't going to be seen by the average Twitter person just as it is. So I shouldn't expect to have the same, like, influx. As like as one of the examples. Like I said, there's another person that I recently stumbled back across that puts a lot more time and effort into their individual things. And definitely does a little bit better in regards to, like, the advertising of... Because they also do, like, their own model and whatnot. Like I was mentioning, Grub is the one that I freaking stumbled back onto semi-recently. And it kind of got me into that, little brainworm bit. So, what I'll probably wind up doing is... finishing... What the fuck? Oh, shit. Sorry, I freaking... I also have my emails open because I was going to freaking skim through those because I haven't checked those in like 4 days. And I realized I saw a recognizable name. And and I was going, and I was like, oh shit. And that's another one of those things that even if I don't have, like, number big go up, I do have people that are, like, recurring and returning, in my emails and whatnot that like what I do, at least. And in one case, it's someone that I used to actually watch a lot of, who became a game dev later. I mean, they still do YouTube videos, but, like, I don't watch them a whole lot these days. But I watched a lot of their shit, as, like, background noise while working on homework. But, and I probably won't do one of the ideas that I had entirely. Okay, that was just my eyes freezing, not fully clothed. Yes, my eyes not fully clothed. That was my eyes not fully closing because I was taking a sip at the time. I thought that my model bugged out. But I mean, with how the wind was today, I'm surprised that my eyes aren't both wearing grass skirts, because I swear I got blasted in the eyes with flying grass like 6 times. That fucking sucked in that last one. I actually had to stop and freaking... What? That last one hurt like a bitch. But yeah, I did this as like a little proof to myself. Like I said, I'll get the updates onto the Merc outfit because it's what we're doing. I'll probably also, at some point... So, order of operations. Get the new hair and eyelashes and all that onto the Merc outfit. Clean up backlog. After that, we're probably going to honestly be doing 3D modeling. Because I want to get the 3D model properly updated. Before Season 3 of VTuber Vault. I also need to reach out to people. And in at least one case, I'm already having heart palpitations just thinking about it. Even though I have been mutuals with the person for, like, what, 3 years? 4 years? On Twitch? I'm deathly terrified. And I have no reason to be. They're very approachable. I'm just a fucking coward when it comes to approaching people where when I perceive the number gap. Somewhere in between that, I'll probably also work on a proper character sheet for Liz, update the character sheet for Nasu. Which updating the character sheet for Nasu is actually really easy. Like, really easy. It is swap out the hair, swap out the eyes. And maybe one of these days I'll actually fully decide on a design for the jumpsuit. I actually do kind of like the newer jumpsuit design that we did last time, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll keep it. But even if I'm in my own head, actually, I did mention this. Unfortunately, Teber's reinforcement of my... attempted reinforcement of my mindset, was bad timing for their attempt to cheer me up. I know what their intent was, as opposed to how my brain went. Because we were talking about, like, our perceptions on how things are in friend groups and whatnot, and several other things regarding that, and we weren't, like, talking. Tebber mentioned something, and then I freaking... And how they question friendships because they don't know what they provide to those friendships. And my only really response was, I don't know what I provide. And they mentioned art as like one of the things. And I think that, and it's voice messages is what they sent because they were driving at the time. So I'm not going to go out of my way to freaking listen right now in order to figure out what the exact words were. And it was mentioned how people, like, appreciate the art and whatnot, and it's like, I don't know if I really, like... I don't know. It was, like, right at the time where I was freaking having, like, serious doubts in art, and especially regarding, friend arts for birthdays and whatnot. Which, I mean, I think that it's probably been a bit obvious this year that I haven't done a lot of friend arts for birthdays. Have I done any, actually? Have I done any? Or anniversaries? Any of that? I don't know. I know part of it was crunch time related. Because when it comes to, like, Tebber is always really late in the year because I'm always in crunch time for their birthday. But... between people that I had stopped being friends with near the end of not even near the end of last year, it was halfway through last year on several of them. And, some of the people that, after I stopped reaching out to them, I haven't talked to them a single time since then, and it's been nearly a year in some of their cases. I don't know, I got into this... I got to questioning if, like, it is actually a feeling of, like, them being friends. Or if... Or if it's a formality kind of deal. I also was questioning, like, my level of art skill, or if I was even an artist, due to how I was feeling at the time. And I really have to use the bathroom. I will continue that thought in just a moment. Oh, Lord. I mean, like I said when you originally freaking messaged again, like, several months ago. You, I think, have always been the one to reach out first, for the most part. So you aren't even, like, classified in that region. Like, you were self-conscious about it when you came back. You're like, oh yeah, I'm sorry I don't, like, reach out more often. And it's like, you actually do reach out. There's a key difference between that and, you know, certain other people that freaking... I have to literally do all the rowing in the boat. Like, there's people that... like, I'd known for... well over a decade? No, not a decade. Not well over a decade, but about a decade. That I, like, stopped being friends with last year. And it's a bit awkward because, like, they're still around. In other places that I am. I'll go there. But it's like people I've known for years, and that while I was still carrying the conversations I would talk to on Discord regularly. And I haven't talked to, like, any of them in, like, a year at this point. I always forget how long it's actually been. Because time moved way too fucking fast. But there's people that, like, I have on Discord or that I have known for years and have had added on Discord for years that at this point, especially after, like, deciding to drop the oars, as it were, and seeing if they would even help the boat coast, that like I said, I haven't talked to them in about a year at this point because they don't reach out first. And there's people that I've known for significantly less time or that I don't have added that I feel closer to. Like Red, every time I raid into him, freaking greets me, and we yap and whatnot. And I don't have him added on Discord, I don't believe. But, like, I'd probably classify him as a friend. Like, I don't know if we're close, but, like, he's friendly, and, I'd classify him as a level of friend at the very least. Or people that I've met in, like, less than a year. Like Ray. Actually, have I known Ray a year already? I've known Ray for a while, actually, and come to think of it. It might have been about a year now that I've known Ray. Or Fufu. Or, And when it comes to some of these people that like I've known for years, or that like I would carry the boat on my goddamn shoulders, I feel closer to like some loose mutuals more. That I might talk to like once or twice on socials. One of these days I do need to freaking like come clean in regards to some people. Because some people do ask about like if I've heard from some of the people I'm not friends with anymore. And they don't question it when I say I haven't heard from them in like a year or more. Or they'll ask like, I wonder if this person's still going to be friends with me or will still remember me after I've come back after a year, in one case. And I'm like, I don't know. I can't answer that question for you. Because I don't fucking know, because I don't talk to the person anymore. They showed their true colors on certain aspects of how they make their decisions, and I'm not going with that. I mean, that's kind of... I've gotten into this mindset where if I don't feel like I'm part of a community, I leave it. Or if I don't feel like I'm even matched the vibe. Like, there's several that I left last year that were... this year, maybe? I don't know. There's two that in particular that stand out. I left one last year, came back to it, realized I wasn't really part of the community at all, and then left it again. I left it for unrelated reasons to how I felt as part of the community at first. It's funny that you mentioned the shit that you've been through. If we're talking about, like, Discords in particular. Where I was in that individual's Discord for, like, a week, and then... I didn't feel like I was part of the community, like, at all. And especially... like, regarding art stuff. Because it felt like they were just putting like certain people up on a platter for increasing purposes of getting art from that person. Which is weird, because I used to be mutuals with that artist, and then freaking, I don't know, they unfollowed me, I unfollowed them, freaking, and now I just... Just kind of weird, freaking... I don't know. That's neither here nor there. I don't hold it against the artist in that case, but I do freaking... I mentioned it to that person, by the way, when they came back. They like invited me to like their new Discord, and then I'm like, I didn't feel like I was part of the community, and I didn't feel like I was I don't feel like I was respected for my my niche, and you seemed to just create that niche in order to place certain people on a pedestal so that you could get stuff from them. I'm not joining. And they haven't said a word to me since. They didn't want to admit to it, but I feel like I might have struck a little close to the center on that one. Yeah. That's true. It was also just freaking... Either way, like I said, though, I went from having a lot of DMs to have... I have a few that I have still open just because I use them as like a is the person alive thing. Or I talk to them once in a while. But like... after that, I had already kind of gotten in the mindset, but especially after the Matara video where she talks about, where she does the boat analogy. And she says, she talks about, like, giving people the option to row and seeing if they will even help it coast. And then if they don't, then you abandon the fucking boat. Because it's a friendship, not a freaking babysitting duty. Which it's unfortunate because the people that I'm referring to will, like, some of them will never see this. And others will not even acknowledge it's them. It's sort of like earlier when I was talking about the people that get really, really pissed about their own freaking stuff and then don't want to actually put, like, the effort into it in order to change that. And just want to freaking get handouts and freaking get their hair freaking rustled and then freaking being like, "You're doing great, bud. Here's 1,000 followers." They don't have the self-awareness to acknowledge it. And then, like, the people that I'm not referring to, like, and I'm gonna use Tebra as an example because they're like the one that I know that winds up getting in their own head about this the most. But, like, I know that Tebra in the past, and will probably, potentially again, wind up thinking that they've done something wrong and will, like, think that I'm referring to them as far as the, I'm not friends with this person anymore, or, that I'm, like, pissed at them about, like, the rowboating thing. Because Tebra is also very self-conscious about it. But Tebra has reached out to me multiple times. I've just been, like, dead silent aside from when it's a direct conversation thing. Because I've been in my own head for the past however long. I mean, another problem is that a lot of people I know you feel that. So that's why I said Tepper also does it. Another problem is that, and I'm again going to point specifically at the person that you also know that I'm referring to. And I pointed this out to him. And say that's not the way that it is, but I don't know. It really feels like some people just try to net toss out friend and use them more as like an increased number. Like the follow for follow thing, but like on a large scale across multiple things by using the label friend. Because if you say friend, then you're incentivized to freaking, like, add them other places. Rather than just being like, I'm just gonna add you on freaking Twitter or Twitch or something, and then that being the only spot. If you say friend, oh, now there's that social pressure. You should follow me everywhere now. Yeah, I'm really sure that you're real close friends with all 6,500 people that you are following that follow you. At least the other person admits that they don't keep up with literally everyone. And of course, when I freaking said numbers, they freaking tried to use the defensive, well, I have friends that are... I have friends that are small streamers. I have black friends, I can't be racist. Hey Ray, we were actually talking about you earlier. Because I was talking about how you would be one of the people that's fitting for season 3 of VTuber Vault, since you do 3D, since you do 3D have a 3D model. Because I want to do 3D people for VTuber Vault season 3, but I wasn't sure how stable your housing situation was going to be by then. Considering it seems like every time that you're like, alright, we're finally settled, someone's like, actually... Yeah, but you still do VR chat stuff, so... I'd figure that you have like a relatively set 3D model. Because you at least in the pings, even though I'm going to sleep at the time that you normally start, in your pings you say that you're going to do VR chat some days. So I don't actually get to catch any of it. Don't we just love freaking sleep schedules and time zone? We're in the same time zone. I don't even know why I'm saying time zone. We are in literally the same time zone. Yeah, it kind of is just a suggestion at this point. Like I said, today I intended to go to sleep earlier. And then I wound up working on finishing this up. And then I had like 3 different things that I needed to fix during each of the tests, which wound up going... My sleep schedule's mostly stable, but it's not what I intended for it to be. I'd gotten myself into a sleep schedule before where I was waking up at like 3. Now it's closer to 5 again. Because I freaking... Either I'm woken up multiple times because of fucking cats! Or... I don't know if I love one of them. Unfortunately, she's bullied by everyone at my sister's house, so she can't go over there. Even though she's my sister's cat, because she comes in here and will either scream at the wall, scream at the closet, or scream at me. And it drives me insane. But yeah, freaking... I wanted to... My brain prioritized finishing up actually doing this, because I've been promising it for 3 weeks, and... Ugh. I've been promising it for 3 weeks, and I really needed to prove something to myself. We should probably actually play some of the games since I've been in the Toho category this entire time. If I knew that I was going to yap for 2 hours, I would have just started and just chatting. I can also yap while I'm gaming. At this point, we're kind of going in... We're going to start going into circles because I'm going to freaking... just keep going into my want to... That is fucking loud! I turned the volume down. Apparently the music volume change does not actually affect the game, or the intro. Also, shout out to my boys in Belarus and Russia. You have not heard a single VOD, or seen a single VOD for the past 2 weeks. Okay, it isn't that bad, but... every single Vice City VOD is banned in Belarus and Russia. But now that I have... We got all this dialogue last time. But now that I actually have this model updated, firstly, one of the things I need to do is I need to update all my freaking stock photos. But I wanna go through and record a bunch more things, like all at once. Which might be, maybe a Sunday thing? There's a lot of conventions I'd like to go to. Unfortunately, I'm in the same boat. I can't afford that shit. That's why I started placing go back to conventions in the would be nice to do portion of my like resolutions pages. Because what is it? 2026 goals. Upload a minimum of 2 short-form videos per week. I'm definitely doing that. 1 long-form video a month is actually doing pretty well. When Nasu art is actually keeping up, I think. Yeah. Wait, did I for May? Maybe. Focus on 1 improvement spot a month that did not wind up happening. I already broke that one. My goals... I've reached one of those. Kind of. I have reached 1K on YouTube. Plan 1 what? Unfortunately, con season comes like right after crunch time. Which makes it really difficult. Because crunch time, I wind up, I don't take as many commissions, so I wind up kind of burning through money instead of making, and then I gotta spool back up after crunch time. Especially when certain dumbasses wind up eating through a shit ton of my money because they don't drink enough water, so they get piss crystals. And then I have to buy food that costs $120. At least she hasn't pissed the bed recently. I'm not entirely... I don't believe I've ever met them. Also, I made the sandwich at the beginning of stream before I actually got here. And she's been sitting there taunting me for the past 2.5 hours. Well, that's good at least. I don't have any housemates. I'm 100% solo. Even though I keep inviting people. I say as one of them has a full-time job. Actually, both of them have full-time jobs. And one of them doesn't have a vehicle. Depending on what time, I'll probably... You should send me the link so that I can actually do so. Okay. We already did do this dialogue last time as well. Stage 3. Pretty weird that the Dimension Lake cannot warp us directly to Hakurei Shrine. Oh, I might be able to raid into you guys then. Would be a convenient raid target, rather than me having to hunt. I do like Patchy's style. She's kind of a gamba. How'd you come here? Looking for Reimu when the incident began was pretty smart of you. Nonetheless, a little kid like you should stay in heaven. It's the Grand Celestial's duty to resolve the incident. Thank you, I knew you were a good person. Dear stupid friend. Ooh, nice. Even an umbrella would become a yokai after being abandoned for... Oh, gee, I wonder who we're gonna run into for this. Kind of yokai lives off the human's fear, but this particular umbrella hunts via surprises, simply because she likes pranking more than scaring. She doesn't pose any threat, and people generally don't care about her pranks. And that's why she's always hungry and unsatiated. Almost pitiful when you think about it. Is it releasing on 9/9? I didn't know when it was. I thought it would be fitting for them to do it on July 4th for Flandre Day, considering it got announced on Patchouli Day. You're not who I expected. Aren't you one of those mochi pounding rabbits? What brings you here today? I see that my doppelganger's been here. You're not welcoming me. I'm busy looking for someone who can deal with this incident, which means I don't have time for you unless you have something to do with it. Hey, hold up. What's with that attitude? I, a celestial, descended to Earth just to help you Earthlings with this so-called incident. I didn't expect to hear that from you. I'm honestly more relieved to know that you aren't here to start another incident. Anyway, what's your master's plan? Don't tell me she's making you do everything. No, she probably gave part of the work to Tei, but Tei probably freaking tricked Raisin into doing that work as well. Oh no, she's just told not to do anything. Also, she looks just as tired as I would expect for the shit that Raisin has to deal with on a normal basis. I'm no longer neutral, not after I got involved in the urban legend incident. When I finally realized how much Jinsokyo has given me and what I've become, this is simply my way to express my gratitude. Is this a doppelganger, Raisin? No, because she would be speaking in binary if she was. We love manual flashbangs. Just one thing. Promise you won't trash the shrine this time. Why would I? Do I look like the kind of celestial... That kind of celestial? I mean, there was an again in there. It could be worse. I mean, like every game that I play flashbangs me, so I guess that it could be one that you weren't expecting? Don't get it confused. You might not be aware of it, but you came quite infamous after the nonsense you pulled. Infamous? Me? I guess you're also not aware that we're having Rabbit student. Damn! I like the outfit, like... I mean, I guess it is her normal outfit, but I'm not used to the striped leggings. Wait, we've been over this before. No, I don't think I have. I need to get myself more display cases, to be honest. But that's one of those things that's being put off until more of the renovation's been taken care of. Fine, but only as long as you don't cause too much trouble. We Moon Rapids don't work overtime. Just an incident, so it shouldn't be that much work. But I don't want you slacking. She's very directional, it looks. Holy shit! Give me the freaking patchy ammo. Wow, fancy seeing you here. I don't even know if I have an IKEA anywhere nearby. I mean, the answer is probably no, because if there's anything aside from, like, a Kroger, and the distance is less than an hour, the answer is probably no. I do like a lot of the art for this, though. You really spooked me just there. I should have acted with you, but I chose to ignore you instead. Uh-huh. Yeah, there's definitely downsides to living in the middle of fucking nowhere. There's upsides too, like, you know, not having to worry as much about jackass neighbors, aside from during holidays. Lower property value. Which is the only reason that 500 is my monthly goal. Wait, so they only have to act scared? They don't have to actually be scared in order to freaking satisfy? Why are you hanging around here, Kogasa? Oh, okay. She actually was startled. That's why it worked. Actually, I don't know how I got here. What I know is that I've been hiding here all day, and Raisin just got owned. What? So basically... Oh, okay, so she's... sometimes I forget that due to the way the translation is in this, they will say the name instead of you or me. Which is really funny when it comes to someone talking about themselves. Cherno very smart. Cherno no math. I don't know where Mid-Atlantic is the problem. I don't know where each of these freaking dividing lines are half the time. I live in the state that's an honorary of like 3 different things that it actually isn't. We're honorary south, despite the fact that we're very much, like, literally north border. We're honorary Midwest, despite the fact we are very much not Midwest. We're separated by, like, 2 layers of states, I think. And we're honorary Appalachia, despite the fact I don't think that any of us is officially in Appalachia. I think that Pennsylvania is in Appalachia. Basically, you were lost here and waiting for someone to pick up. Is that it? Oh, of course not. Come on already. I saw it through. Well, we can take you to the ship. Maryland, got ya. Which, if I remember, I always forget, is... I mean, I guess it's depending on which depiction it is, and if the ship is a transformed of the temple, or if it is just associated with the temple. I think officially the ship is just the transformed temple, but I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head. My brain is too fried from all the yapping that I don't remember my Toho lore very well. Too stupid to trying to fool me, though. To be trying to fool me. My lore is normally pretty good, but I used up all my brain power talking about people not wanting to use any form of effort in order to actually achieve stuff that they freaking... all trying to freaking use shortcuts and freaking X, Y, and Z. Alright, then I'll escort you back. You two can go back and play with Kagasa for now. Me and this rabbit will handle the whole instant thing. Besides, it's too early for you to meet Reimu. And I can fight without worrying about these idiots. Take care of yourself, Tenchi. Oh, we are doing an escort mission? I also find it interesting that the Sin Sacks are what they decided to go with for the enemies in this. Given their, usual use these days. Ah! I got killed! Alright, enjoy the lurk. Oh, we're starting over anyway. Just trying so hard to freaking keep her alive that I freaking ate shit for it. Oh, that's my bubble, I forgot. black is the... Ice Barrage. See you later. Feel the hatred of 26 years of what now? Okay, you want me to go up that way, so that means that down here should be where... It's been said that Raisin Inaba isn't a normal rabbit, but one from the moon. Inaba implies your species, Raisin is your given name, and Udongan is a special title given by her master. Only her master calls her Udongan. Her figure is devilishly beautiful in a way such that mortals get lost in madness simply by looking at her. This is because she can manipulate waves of any kind, sound waves, light waves, even brain waves are in her control. She also has no interest in attacking humans. In fact, she avoids interacting with them. But when it comes to hostile situations, she turns into an unthinkable violent beast. Think twice before picking a fight with her. Let me get my bubble as my active. Oh, now we get a checkpoint. Rocks fall, everyone dies. Motherfucker! Not what I wanted to use. The rock fall's pretty good against... them when I can get the drop on them, less so... The problem is that I didn't kill these ones, so we freaking... You stay back. We're getting sniped while we freaking we're dealing with this engagement up here. There, much better. Oh god, it's a lot of text. Reimu Hakure, Shrine Maiden Hakure, Shrine maintains the Hakure barrier. It's a lot of Hakure's. And tends to the expected duties. In Shinsokyo, humans struggle due to being severely outnumbered by yokai. Thus, it is the Shrine Maiden's duty to exercise yokai as necessary. If the problems caused are great enough, this event is called an incident. This is the first and most important duty of the Shrine Maiden. Reimu has resolved incidents over 10... Reimu has resolved over 10 incidents to date, despite her innate talents, her outstanding luck, and intuition alone render her undefeatable. An example of her power is her spell card, Fantasy Nature. Once activated, she is immune to any attack, but she can attack back. This truly is incredible, her power. Oh gee, I wonder what we're going to have to deal with when we fight Reimu, because we're going to have to fight Reimu. She's had it since birth. However, Reimu is as lazy as she is powerful. She won't take any action until it becomes an incident. So it doesn't matter if you're yokai or human, she doesn't care as long as you're not a troublemaker. You even may drink with her, on you of course. The shrine is a safe place, but the way to the shrine is another story. No surprise that the shrine has few visitors, and no visitors mean no donations. Don't expect her to treat you if you pay a visit. You provide. Oops. Meant to use my Rockfall. Holy shit! I didn't even have time to react to that. Oh, fuck. Looking forward to? I don't know, I don't have a whole lot on my radar currently. If you mean that are on the list to get to eventually, then one of these days I'll get Super Toho RPG. I have a few others that are on my list that I currently own. How's Crustacean? How you doing tonight? I kinda wish that I had... Why 2 shields? I don't need 2 shields. Oh my fucking god. I think Narp was playing that a couple weeks back. The TTK and this is so goddamn fast. Kinda wish that the acid that the Yoshikas dropped, affected enemies as well. God, I cannot see back there enough to freaking properly engage, dude. That didn't kill you? Must not have freaking hit you with it or something. Ooh, that's more ammo. I need that. Oh, no, I don't. I'm a liar. I'm a liar and a fraud. Alright, I rolled lucky on the freaking... Raisin's homeland, the moon, has been a mystery for as long as we can remember. Very few have gone there in person. Legend says that it's a high advanced civilization hidden in the moon's dark side. 2 creatures live there, Lunarians and the enslaved moon rabbits. Lunarians despise everything brimming with life. To them, Earthlings are nothing but dirt. Or do I feel as if a few more stairs actually means that this is going to be freaking... I guess that's... There. We're blocked out. You're actually lazier than me? Since it's getting out of hand, yet she's still sleeping. This looks like the gap at Hag's work. You should know her better than me. Let me check with my master and we'll see. I can do long-distance communication and know time with my ability. Is it that convenient? Got it. Miss Celestial, we're going to the Eastern Cliff to locate the Einstone there? Can break through the barrier with its power. Einstone. Never heard of such a thing. An anti-barrier weapon handcrafted by my master long ago. We disposed of it because we never had a chance to actually use it. Why'd you have to trash it? Don't you think that is kind of wasteful? You people are no better than me. Well, it means we're saving the world by picking up trash. Let's get this over with before it gets even more awkward. Bitch. You guys are more durable than you look sometimes. Oops. Meant to just shoot him. Boop. The vivid life we had long ago. Really appreciate it. You're welcome. You know, I'm very good at forging metals. What do you mean? Well, I can strengthen your spell cards for real. Umbrella yokai strengthening spell cards? Never knew that, did you? As long as I want to, I can do it. Guess I'll have to try. Before you do I get any payment out of this? Why do I even need to pay you? I can easily crush you, just like how I saved you. Not like I can do anything without materials. Plus, I can't just work for free, right? I can't upgrade Patchy? What the hell? Oh god, these are expensive though. I guess I'll increase the range of the main Danmaku. You won't become smarter even if I give you a next life. Suika's spell cards attack in a wide area, and her bullets can also track you. Watch your energy levels, her hits will slow you down. Don't dodge unless you have to, and save it for wide-ranging spell cards, especially when she giantizes. Tenchi is perfect for clearing up little Suikas, but has difficulty fighting with big Suika in melee, so it's best to stay at range. Her hitbox will also become big whether she's attacking or being attacked. Make fair use of this point. Tenchi is perfect for clearing up little Suikas shooting from away, but if you can't fight in short range with big Suika, just be patient. What are you talking about? I just want to have a word with Reimu. Why do I even need to fight Suika? Oh. Oh. Well, I don't get hit with melee very often. Though I'm probably going to regret saying that if I'm going up against Suika next. I feel like I'm being kidnapped. I'm not asking you to be my slave. If you do need assistance, seek Byakuren. Who knows, she might provide some interesting tip. For some reason, she doesn't seem that reliable. Okay, so I can unlock characters early, I guess. And some of them I have to buy their actual DLC for. At the end of the trails, there's a silhouette of Ibuki Suika. Place looks cruddy as always. Took a lot of effort to rebuild the shrine for her. It always looks so bad, and then doesn't it? It doesn't matter if it collapses. This isn't the shrine you rebuilt. Yukari destroyed that long ago. You're trying to steal other people's credit? An incident is occurring here. Stop sleeping and wake up. How about that? What was it again? I'm already headed out. To go out? Go to sort out the incident? No idea. Yukari's not here. Neither's Reimu. And she's bored. I wonder what's gonna happen here. Where'd the shrine maiden go? Tell me. Hey, if you brought some wine from heaven, I can still drink. Here, because I have some serious business to discuss with the Shrine Maiden. Like I'd care. How do you look at the sunset? Come drink with me. Let's see. What dish goes well with sake? Roasted rabbit? Alright. I'm already peeved by a lot of those things lately. Trying to be rough on me. What's the point in fighting if Rainbow isn't here? Well, they already freaking called out at each other. Guess I have no choice but to participate in this fight. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that fucking hurts. Okay, I can't read that right now. Am I even hurting her? Okay, I did hit her that time. That's Apache. That's a Tenchi. Alright. Go on the defense for a moment. I would like... Alright, now she's big. Jesus. I thought that I could freaking shoot normal? Oh, fuck. Yeah, are all my settings the same? Let's resist melee. Oh my fucking god. Ow. Ow! God, I wish I had some more movement speed, dude. I got lucky that I freaking started to regen. Ouch. All right. Shit, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh my fucking god. The amount of freaking stun she gives, dude. The arena's not big enough for the freaking amount of stun she inflicts. Oh, I didn't realize it was being followed by a single one, dude. I didn't realize that she had done the jump. Being followed by a single one again. I'm genuinely surprised that I didn't freaking die there. I don't have the range to freaking actually hit her is the problem. Her hitbox might increase, but I don't think it's enough to freaking... Also doesn't help that I keep getting bogged down with the little ones. Because she just passively freaking spawns them in this phase. Oh, almost got her. Oh, thank fucking God. She probably has a passive that makes her incapable of friendly firing. In a long time since I last fought. I'm satisfied. I know my full power. Has our fight sobered you up? At the sake from heaven, I can't be sobered up. What kind of logic is this? You know where the Shrine Maiden went? Actually, Yukari came this morning. I don't know what they discussed, but they both headed out shortly after. They went to the village over there, the humans. To be honest, I don't completely know either. I was half awake and half asleep the whole time. Sure look relaxed. Didn't you notice the incident? It's none of my business anyway. It's not like it prevents me from drinking sake or anything. Besides, only idiots would come here to bother an Oni. I suppose you're right. I'm gonna sleep now. Night night. She's really not here. Should I destroy the shrine again to confirm? Aren't you to resolve the incident? But since Reimu isn't here right now, what are you going to do? If she's not here, then I'll have to reluctantly resolve the incident for her. Reluctantly? You look very happy. Even if Reimu was here, I was going to intervene anyway. Seems like I'm going to do things my way. I guess not that bad in some sense. It's a long trip. Did you find the Shrine Maiden? I didn't find her. Just got in a fight. Did you break anything? Do I look like the kind of person who goes around looking for trouble? Well, it's your fault I have to work so hard. All things considered, at least you're making progress by staying out of it. Only making trouble from time to time. At the worst, I only tore down a house. Does that even matter? It's good that heaven is rich enough to pay, so... So, are you going to the human village to find Reimu? Yeah. I don't have a clue about the cause of this incident. Looks like there's no choice but to ask Reimu. Ugh. Indeed. I don't have a clue either. Keep working hard, milady. You're not weak, so why don't you help out? It's been a while since we last worked together. I'm still needed to manage heaven. Perhaps I'll help you from above. You mean by electrocuting those phantoms from up here? Or electrocute you before you do anything stupid. I meant giving remote instructions. When did you become the commander and me the soldier? Because I believe you can carry out the orders however impossible they may be. Alright, you better give the correct instructions. Of course, leave it to me. Stop that. Also, we better help Mystia and Cherno in heaven. It's too dangerous to leave them on Earth. Or better keep. You've remembered their names. You're so annoying. I'm out of here. Alright, I gotta pee. I gotta refill my drink. And we'll probably only do one more level. It's already almost 10. We got to yapping for far longer than I intended to. Alright. Fucking legs, dude. Give me one moment, I gotta check something. Oh boy. Nummy nummy. I'm gonna need to appellate. Good lord, my freaking legs are already starting to get itchy again. Alright. Off to the human village, I suppose. Oh, barren desert, actually. Byproduct of this disaster, need to cleanse the mirages in this area. Oh wait, I'm a fool! I didn't talk to anyone to figure out what dialogue there is between these missions. So tired, I need a break. Alright, take a break. Surface of the lake freezes in front of me. What should I do? Cherno's doing strange things again. What if the surface of the lake freezes when I'm being transported halfway? Then the lower half of my body will be defenseless in front of the... Wait, okay, so... They are like openly stating what the Sin Sacks do. That is, I'll be defenseless in front of the horny guys. Even Tenshi is becoming weird. I better talk to Iku. Do these guys have anything new? Okay. They all have just the same dialogue through and through. More fragments for me. I'll need to study magics in the future as well. I don't know how to feel about that one that looks like a freaking spurt of liquid just outward. Okay, the heavens has nothing. You've arrived at the human village. You kidding? This is a desert. Isn't this a desert? But there might be someone who could lend you a hand. Also those who could use a hand. What are you talking about? Do I look like a nice person to you? We must look out onwards. The commander believes that you'll succeed. Over and out. Can't believe it. I want to punch someone right now. But she's right. We should keep going. Maybe the surprises that await us. Let's go, Raisin. Didn't you say I'd get a chance to rest? Why am I being dragged along anyway? Because you're the most confident one we have? Are these fucking penguins? Hi, Maurice. If it isn't the Celestial loves to love around. Black and white. Here comes another penguin. I give you 0 points for that joke. Fight me if you're not satisfied. I'm Marissa, owner of the Kurosami Magic Shop. Shouldn't they know each other by now? I have no intentions of fighting you today. I'll get struck by lightning if I do. Maybe some other time. Hey! Since you enjoy killing those penguins, how about you help me kill them? Find someone along the way and we'll share the loot. Sounds good? Helping you kill penguins, then sharing loot. Do I look like an idiot to you? You get all the loot. I just need a little help, please. What happened? After the incident, I couldn't find Alice anywhere. Sweating buckets whenever I think of such a fragile girl facing all these dangers. Couldn't find her even after I swept out all those monsters. I'm tired now. So could you lend me a hand? She's Rainbow's friend, a professional in solving incidents. If you find Alice for me, I'll do anything. Really? Nothing too weird, please. Okay, well, I'm beginning to understand why they had the sin sacks in this. The past 2 segments have had very horny tones to them. I only need your help in resolving this incident. How's that all? The deal then, let's go. This is the person that Iku mentioned. Doesn't seem reliable to me. Alright, Raisin, you can go and have your break. Oh! I walked into that. That was my fault. I'm a fool. Just buy the DLC and you'll become stronger? What is up with the penguins? Marissa. Oh, I forgot to read the thing in the Suika fight. Ordinary human magician who currently resides in the Forest of Magic. Solved a ton of incidents alongside Reimu, or specialty is using a high-powered magic beam. Theme of her magic is often related to astronomy, such as stars and other astral lights. She treats Reimu as a rival, carefree person, and through and through. She's a kleptomaniac, and since she doesn't even bother to sort her possessions properly, by consequence her room is a mess. Still, she's a diligent girl when it comes to magic training. After all, you'd need to be willing to give great effort to stand on par with Reimu, who is naturally strong. In addition, the broom she has is no different from one you can find in a store. Uses the broom to fly for the sake of fitting in the magic stereotype. Marissa is a very straightforward and optimistic girl, but also a shameless one. She never returns the items she borrows, as she claims that the yokai would outlive her and to take back the belongings anyway. She is a close friend to Alice, who is also a resident of the Forest of Magic. I mean, she's got a point. Okay. Finally found you. So the 2 things that Iku mentioned are fulfilled now. I received a core from Iku. She says by raising this core, we can purify the desert and expand the radar range. We can also start the purification right away, if everyone follows me to the center of the desert. Last part Certainly would be the most important part for you. Listen, mortal, intellectuals use radars to find people. You're hilarious. You nearly followed me throughout the desert, you know. Why is everyone else such talented speakers, yet I'm just standing aside speechless and sweating? Alright, let me escort you, Celestial. But Yuka said only Tenchi can help me. It's alright, as so long as the results are the same. Okay. Please stop tugging my ears. It has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. I do wish that her ability was a little stronger. If it's the only one I've got. Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking god. Fucking what? Fucking excuse me, dude. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I just wish that there was a checkpoint between... the opening and getting to here. If only so I could skip over freaking... the opening shit on subsequent freaking goes. Also, I guess that there's the level of randomness to... path she takes. Man, I sure am glad that I can't fucking hit anything right now. Oh my god. Trying to fucking defend this freaking... This is the worst escort mission I've ever been a part of. At least with Kogasa's, she freaking... kinda moved at my pace. And didn't just freaking activate more enemies every, like, 5 feet. Also, I can't just freaking rush ahead and freaking take care of it because they just... There are certain spots where enemies just spawn of their own accord. And the worst thing is that these Yoshikas means that she's going to take, like, mandatory damage. I'm gonna fucking lose it, dude. Okay, well, I accidentally hit go back to freaking... I guess we'll end it. Oh, that freaking escort mission is designed so poorly, dude. I meant to just restart the level, but whatever. I don't really want to freaking do that escort mission right now. I'm gonna be honest. All that distance only to freaking be... All that distance just to be freaking one-shot. She gets one-shot through her shield and everything. If I can't freaking predict where the heck it's coming from and then kill it. Oh, that's so bad. Welcome back, Ilya. Yeah, do you have a time frame on the one thing? Am I wasting time? Fighting with Mahjong Soul, that means soon asterisk. I'll just wait then. That annoys me though. I really don't know why there was just arbitrarily added a freaking escort mission. I also don't know why Marissa only has access to her spark and why it is so weak as a result. Like, a group of things all had to come together in order to make that to make that freaking escort mission a bad decision. I'm oddly a little bit cold right now. It's cooled off enough that my fan is actually making me a little cold. Ah, gotcha. I gotta look at something. I've gotten several emails of people offering... Why the fuck? This actually looks like a fucking mobile game. I'm not gonna... This literally breaks the one rule that I've recently added of fuck off with the freaking... Stop asking me to play your goddamn simulator games. Your freaking... Your streamer bait simulator games. The friend slop wouldn't be as bad, but they would want me to freaking... Anytime I get sent that, they're like, here's the code. Okay? If you want me to play with friends, do you have more than one? Nope. What? At the very least, like, there's some level of variety with the friend slop. Even the ones that are literally just trying to copy Lethal Company normally at least have a level of separation to have their own, like, little thing going on. The simulator games are literally always just trying to do card simulator. Card freaking shop simulator, or whatever the first one was. I don't remember which one the first one was that a bunch of streamers all freaking did. It's always just the same thing. Grab thing, put on shelf, wait. Actually, restaurant was what I was just offered. It is a restaurant simulator. Also, the freaking thumbnail that they gave me is literally AI generated, and they expect me to freaking trust that their game is not going to be dog shit. Your first impression has already gone bad. Like, you could even, like, if you were to freaking slide by and, like, give me some refined thing, like, maybe it's not as obvious or something. But no, this is like obvious AI freaking thumbnail thing. Like, we just freaking asked ChatGPT to freaking have a generic chef holding a piece of food. But, like, I've mentioned this a few different times. Too many of these games don't want to actually do anything of their own. They just want to try and be the streamer bait. They want to be as close to it as possible while still saying we're different. Like, the only one that I've seen that is different, like, did its own thing is the water park simulator. Because it obviously had to do something different. You can't just put a bunch of freaking pools on the shelf and then do that. You actually had to do something a little different. Can you imagine that, though? Water park simulator, and then you freaking just put the rides on the shelf and they pick them up and freaking take them into a cash register? Honestly, at least that'd be a little creative, I guess, in a little goofy way. Rather than just, let me get the same 5 items that everyone does whenever they do a supermarket, and then have the exact same mechanics every single time. Even as someone who kinda likes idling and idle games and whatnot, in order to watch number go up, freaking sitting around doing nothing for those is, I don't know. It's never really all that fun, I'm gonna be honest. I know that they're glorified just chatting streams is what they're intended to be, but I don't know. It's so freaking tiresome. That's the Robot West game, right? Yeah, I played that a couple months ago. That was really fun, actually. I played it solo, but I did play it. Or I played the beta for it anyway, as it were. But I had a good time with it. Cactus magic? The only magic I think I did was fire. That would make sense for it being a summoner. Hedge magic? No, cactus magic. If I had the money, I might look into it again. But I'd have to have like the spare money because I don't have a whole lot of people to play it with. I mean, it's like all the very friend-oriented games, even outside of Friend Swap, like multiplayer games in general, multiplayer centric. It's just like I don't have a whole lot of people to play it with, and I don't like fucking around with randoms. Because I have bad luck with randos, so I either get the nastiest sweats ever, or I get, people that are intentionally just trying to screw things up because they want to freaking be quirky and funny on YouTube. Either way, we will be starting San Andreas tomorrow. Is the problem? Problem. I don't know why I said problem. Is the plan. Plan is the word I was looking for. Thursday. Thursday's in a weird spot. I have no idea how things are going to play on Thursday. Probably more San Andreas. But I'm not 100% sure. Yippee! Ads! I forgot! Well, give me wait for a moment for the ads to pass. If I'd been smart, I would have waited until after. If I had been smart, I would have paused ads. Now, according to my end, you guys should be out of ads, but tell me when you are. Yeah, well, like I was saying, if I had been smart, I wouldn't have removed my glasses. If I'd been smart, I would have paused ads instead of letting them go through. But the plan is tomorrow's San Andreas. Thursday, things are a little weird this week. So it depends a little bit on when I start. If I start on time, we'll do San Andreas probably. And then when I end, or like, we'll be doing our standard end time, which is about now. I don't think I have any other real announcements. Aside from what we were talking about earlier, I'm gonna try and get some things in the background sorted. And work on stuff more frequently. I've nearly cleaned up my tab problem. Of me just having too many tabs across, like, multiple different things. Thinking of words? I'm going to put the updated stuff onto... I'm going to separate this into the 2 versions that it needs to be. I'm going to update... the... Merc outfit. And honestly, I need to go back and update, like, the other 2 outfits, to be honest. But... we'll be doing that. And then I'll try and get work done. I need to stop freaking getting into my weird slump things. Where I just freaking consume. That being said, you know the rules, behave yourselves, don't make a fool out of me out of yourselves, otherwise you will do any longer. There's the socials. You can join the Discord, follow me on Blue Sky, or follow me on Twitter in order to keep up to date on things such as when I go live, what I'm going live with, and art like you see in the corner. The best place to go is the Discord. It is the one that I keep up to date the most. And you also don't have to worry about, you know, it getting drowned out by either a bunch of other shit or the algo in general. Because I'm in the penalty box all the time. I think that's all. I'm excited to go back to San Andreas. To the best of my knowledge, it's been long years. But that's going to be for me. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the follows, raids, all that good jazz. And I will see you guys tomorrow if all goes to plan. Love y'all. Bye.